Hello? It is time. I think I kind of just want to do... I want to do destruction now. I think I'm ready for it. I was trying to figure out some stuff making it more responsive to the ground, and it sort of is, but it's also sort of not, and I'm just going to leave it for now, because I don't... There's got to be some bug, and I don't want to go looking for it. Watching every other day. Yeah. Navigating through life, yeah. I've just had, like... issues with even, like, being able to be awake enough to do something. So... what is this? Let me open this. Yeah. Hopefully I can get back to daily soon enough. I don't know, maybe I want to do that. No, I think I do just want to jump up to this. I think I just want to jump up to that. This is actually kind of done. So I'll mark that. I think it did test this, and I don't think that really works. I'm going to skip that for now. Yeah, I think I just want to do this. He's been feeling tired and drained. Yeah. It's been like, it's just been really bad for me. I don't know what it is. I mean, I have suspicions, like probably caffeine is part of it. I've also just got stuff going on that's a bit stressful, but time to head out. All right, see ya. Yeah, but right now it's in a pretty good spot. I honestly don't know what to do about this, because it's just... something is wrong with, like, the stopping mechanic of them. But, like, otherwise it walks kind of well. It seems to walk well enough. And I saw it was spinning as it was coming along. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, I think it's probably far enough along that it's playable enough. I think it's playable. I could actually play a game with this. It starts off so well for a second, but then it's definitely like trying to do stopping stuff, and I don't know. I think there's a bug. I do have code. I need to submit that before I really continue. Gut. Yeah. Git status. Git diff. Oh yeah, task text. Also, I found out there's a setting in OBS to lock the UI so I can't drag things around. So it's gonna be nice because the bug is still there. I updated it, it's still there. The bug is still there. OBS becomes totally unresponsive when I drag window around. I still think it's probably related, like, overall to something that changed with maybe just Arch or Hyperland in general that's broken. Even Godot, it can't really full screen things correctly anymore. I don't know. I assume maybe fixed by now. Whatever the problem is, I don't know. Relative speed on the ground, the length of... Do I use that here? Can I take that out? Okay, I don't know what ground speed is used for. So I'm gonna take that out. Yeah, I've got just a crazy headache. I feel thirsty, I drink a lot of water, still feel thirsty, still have a headache. I'm just gonna blame caffeine in general. I need to turn all that off. Yeah, I think I can definitely take this one out. So I can just undo. Be very careful. Yeah, the only thing that was changed there was I added this ground speed thing just so I could read it. But I'm not actually using it yet, and I forgot why I was doing it. So I'm just going to take it out. Okay. I think there's also a line somewhere in here that I should take out. Yeah, because ground normal is calculated there, but ground leg average displacement is not actually updated there. Hey, Denlin. Just define up there. I can just make that nothing. Set it to 0. Add, divide, read. Read. Okay. Help me with IK. I'm not sure how. Should the character hold the gun. Didn't you send me like a whole thing? Like a demo project? There was a video, but there was a demo project. Maybe not. Actually, he might have been selling that, so probably not. I don't know, man. I think IK is pretty easy, actually. It's meant to be visual. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, I don't know. I think, I can't even point you to a tutorial because the current IK stuff for skeletons is completely different than it used to be. But I don't know, like, I figured it out without tutorial. I'd never done any IK before. I even went in there and customized it with a rest correction thing. So it could look like how I want it to look. You can figure it out. If I figured it out, surely you can too. It's not applied to the ground point. It's applied at this location. Also, I probably should just put it here too. Helplet? What? Okay, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I can get back into that later, but yeah, for now, actually, we just want to do some else. Relative velocity. Get rid of target less global. Relative velocity. I mean, those all that seemed like it was working pretty well. Why can't I? Okay. Right. I'm just gonna say that. What is this? Right, it made a bigger thing. Also, due to processing order, I'm pretty sure that scene graph goes most deeply nested and then in reverse. So if I have like parent A and then child B, C, and D, D processes, C processes, B processes, and then A processes. Which means if I put the crawler after anything, it will process first, and then the other things will move. And so the crawler is like moving based on last frame's information of these moving platforms. So the platform should always be at the end, because they should go first. Which is a weird thing, but that move needs to be in there. Slider 2 is in there. Is that pretty much all of it? Yeah, I am tired. I still haven't typed in the task. I think I'm good to send it. It looks really good right now. Because technically they only are reactive to ground. Yeah. Will you ever try Raylib? Probably not. I still think I might genuinely just drop Godot after I finish the game with it. If I do, if the game does well, then I'm probably gonna drop Godot because it's cool, but yeah. It's weird. It's weird because the API isn't. I don't know. I know that there are just like actual language limitations for C++. As far as like reflection and things like that go, but they really should have spent a lot of time making it so anytime they write anything in C++, you can access it from Python or their GDScript no matter what. Try RPG Maker on the PS2. PS2. I'll be honest, I did like using RPG Maker more, I think, than Godot when I use RPG Maker because the whole source is right there and it's all JavaScript. I can do anything I want. Anything that they write, I have access to. There's nothing hidden. Like by design, you pretty much, you cannot hide something in JavaScript. You can't do it. And I think when it comes to game dev, there's no reason to hide things. In fact, there's a really good reason to make as much accessible as possible. And there's been so many times, even like the zombie game I was trying to make, that I just kept going back into Godot's engine just to like expose some API that they didn't have, that is sitting there and like it looks like it's meant to be used, but it's just not. They didn't write a binding for it. Why not ArrayLib? Okay. It's more like if I'm going to do my own sort of engine, then I want to do my own engine. RPG Maker is kind of barely even a game engine. RPG Maker is way more of like the map and script editor than it is the JavaScript that runs it. Like the thing you pay for to get RPG Maker is that like Java application, basically, is what it looks like. The window application to make it, to just generate the files, the resource files. And that one's just like 3JS or something. I think that's what it's called. So it doesn't even do rendering on its own. Which it's JavaScript in like a browser, basically. So you don't even have to actually do any rendering. You just give an image. You can literally just do image tag and then move the image tag around. You don't even need actual rendering stuff. You really don't. But I would have complicated games that are complicated enough. You probably should not do 3D rendering in JavaScript. It's probably just not a good idea. There's problems on rotating surfaces. But of course a render is like probably the hardest thing to make in general. Pretty sure it's done with WebGPU. I don't know how much of that is true. I know that they have a particle system. All right, I remember when I was looking at source for RPG Maker, there was like a particle system where that was like a compiled binary thing. But for like sprites, it's definitely just image. It's a canvas. 3GS is like almost 90% canvas. Hi, Yulia. Okay, what is this file? Can I just ignore that file? Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that file. iCache are also people. Really? What do you mean everything up to date? Did I write git push twice? Alright, I don't know how I did that. Okay. I'm gonna I have ideas, of course, but I'm just gonna go straight to research right now. Because it's been such a long time, I definitely need to refresh myself. PDF React? I don't think I'm gonna be opening a a PDF. Fortunately for everyone else. Is YouTube on one of these? Okay. Did you see the Chrome thing? No, I don't know what that is. Godot. Structurable objects. How much do I want? Because I was just thinking of pieces. I mean, I guess that's just where I start, right? I need to make, no matter what I choose, no matter how much detail I choose to go in, at minimum, I would have to remove a portion of the mesh. Which technically is set up now, so I can literally just do like that. I can actually just like hide it. I mean, almost hide it. Where is it? Yeah, it'd be like this. So I would hide the pieces like this. And then I would spawn in an object instead. This is a modifier. This is target 3D. Then installing a 4 GB LM without your consent and delete it, they get it back. Like Edge. Okay. Well, then I'm glad I'm on Firefox. I think I can probably hide some of this stuff. I don't think I need to see chain IK. I don't need to see shapecast. I probably should be able to see the rest of it. Let me, I think I just have written down like what I think happens here. What? Why bother with proprietary software? The gap is almost closed. You'd think they'd be more friendly not to lose more people to open source. I mean, it is. It kind of is. I just discovered that... Can I pull this up? Do I have a free... This. VS Codium. I knew that VS Code was like open source, but what you download is not that. You actually get a different version. So I found VS Codium, which is actually just the open source version compiled. And so I don't know. It's VS Code. It's VS Code without any Microsoft. Pretty much. I thought I had... a full thing on this. Wait, Daniel, are you still here? Isn't this what you sent me? Oh. But wait. Oh, yeah, no, it is. I thought it was... Weird. Okay. When I saw that I had it linked there, I thought I was like, oh, this is open source. It's not. Did you try Quinn3627B? This sounds like straight up like a made up conversation. Like in Cyberpunk or something. All those words and letters and numbers. I think what I said was that it would be each one of these contains a rigid body, or at least like a collider. And when I destroy that piece, I create a rigid body. And that but I guess that's not really the case. I think, okay, what do I need? I need a way to destroy these things first. That's probably what I need. Let me start with that. Let me have, I don't even know what I did. So let's don't save. Let me just make it so I can shoot a ball by clicking. Let me just do that. Action. I guess shoot. Yeah, I'll call it shoot. Do I need to write any of this stuff in? I have like nothing on this, actually. Alright, whatever. E4BQ8. You write in his PC for this? Scam him out of his PC. He does have a good computer. Possibly better than mine. Possibly. First person. Shoot. It's just going to be a click. Oh, is this set up? I have character control and then I have player. You have a 1080. That 1080 is joining the Middle Eastern Wars side by side with Toy. Huh? I do have a 1080. Which, depending on who you ask, me, is better than any other GPU that's come out since. By NVIDIA. No, it's not. Well, I said depending on who you ask, which is me. If you ask me, being emotional. Is this one just... I think it's just a click because I need it to continuously... I need it to stay triggered until I release. This one's the default. Yes. And then there's like the block lower priority. Block lower priority actions. It's got to be off, of course. I should open a rage bait channel. I'll put this up here, I think. No, I'll just leave it there. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. There's that. I wish they would put a save button up here. There's so much room for a save button, and they could put a save button there, but they don't. I wish they would. Because there's the only way to save a resource is by clicking over here. And because when you make a custom thing like this, it doesn't open over here anymore. You can't open it over here. I mean, I don't know, maybe I can. No, I think there's just no way. It won't open here. Oh, it did. Save. Another 2 months with the player? No. No. I'm just making it spawn a thing and launch it straight. It'll be like an impact grenade or something. It fires out, it hits the thing, it deletes itself, and then does damage for the test. Now where do I put it? Scene. Can I make a folder called whoops. Object? Object. Does object make sense? Is object abstract enough? Object is pretty abstract. Needs to defy gravity too. I already have that. It's called Control F. I press Control F and I go into no clip. And it's even got me so many times where I will double tap space thinking that that's going to activate it, and it doesn't. I could make double tap space activated. That's not even a problem. That would not be hard to do. I feel like I've used it enough times. You must have seen it. All right, folder called object. The shooting is ported from the zombie game. I'll get there. I'll get there. It might be. It might also not be. It might also be like a copy and sort of like a rewrite. Object. Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to like find some kind of organization here. What's like... I'll just call it grenade. Or... yeah, I'll just call it grenade, I guess. Call of Duty it. And the movement's already totally different. And I'm actually so happy with the movement too. It's so nice. I spent like a couple days on it. And movement in zombie game is still currently broken. So definitely if I go back to zombie game, that's gonna be a 1-to-1 copy. I'm gonna copy that straight over. That one's for sure. Grenade, I guess. It's gonna be a rigid body. Collision shape. A sphere. One, I guess. Actually, how big is a grenade? I guess I'll just look at M67 grenade. Diameter is 64 millimeters. What? What? $45. What? All right, I did not think that they were that small. Bit of numbers. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that because that is like literally the entire margin. In fact, that's half the margin, which is just crazy. So I'm just gonna do 10. That's gonna be really small. It's gonna be small enough to be accurate to hit something precisely. That's what matters. I mean, technically, this should be larger than the real thing, right? That's a pretty standard game thing. Make it larger than the mesh. What was even the lore behind that? I don't think there was ever any lore behind that. I think it's actually nothing. I'll just make it red. A red orb. Alright, so when I click, I spawn one of these with some velocity. Input, look, move, what would this even be? Would this be like gun, weapon, combat? Input, action, shoot. And then you go check that player. There we go. And then I'll have to spawn one of these. So I guess for now I'll just do like this. And this needs to be a packed scene because I have to spawn it. What if I just drag it? It's like that. What if I drag it to its own line? Okay, cool. Grenade, packed scene. So in process, input. Handle input is in yeah, handle input is there. So this is where I want to do it. Okay. So I'll just say if I put action shoot, and then I guess I need a boolean to make sure that I have to release it before I can click it again. And yeah, I think I need to go like full, like a separate weapon controller, where it's a controller that has input function calls or even just Boolean variables. And then it holds onto a gun and it decides where to put that weapon on screen, like how to render it or whatever, stuff like that, how to display it, how to shoot, it'll do all that. So then I could just say, in crawler character, I could just say weapon.shoot in whatever logic, and then that handles that. So it would be the exact same to the player. If we can shoot, I have a camera. There should be like the first person. Yeah, just camera. So I'm just going to spawn it in front of the camera. Grenade instantiates. Is this new? What? Only available in editor builds? What? Am I doing this right? I don't know what any of that is. That's something new. I don't know what any of that is. So just make it we instantiate it. I make Or no, I do my parent. Get parent, add child, projectile. I can do projectile. Global position will be equal to camera. Global position plus global basis. Z. It's actually supposed to be minus because Z points right. Yeah, minus the Z because negative Z is in front of the camera. Minus do like 2 centimeters, 20 centimeters in front of it. And then projectile. This also needs to have continuous collision detection. There. Mass, how heavy is the grenade? Alright, I'll stick with a kilogram, I guess. I guess I should probably give it like low friction and high bounce, perhaps. Okay. Set its linear velocity to be negative camera global basis Z times, don't they say like yeah, whatever. They say 35 meters is like the average different distance that a soldier can throw. So if we are about it needs what does it need? I don't know, I'll do this too. I'll do like a small amount of damping there. I'll say 10 meters per second. Seems fine. And I think generally you probably want to go a little bit up. So I'll do camera. There we go. Slightly up, mostly forward. Spawn it, place it, give it velocity, and then it will just go. Layer. Do I have layer names? I have character. Static world. I don't know. Maybe I can just give it its own category. Projectile. And we'll collide with character, projectile, static world. Right. Can I access property ground speed on character? What? Oh. Okay, well, I mean, I happen to know this is the equivalent of doing that, so my mistake, though. Oh, right, he's set up to follow wherever I click right now. Okay. How do I deal with that? I mean, I guess I can just turn that off. The other one is like debug target player. Which is up here. Yeah. Oh, why can't I make more? Oh. There we go. Cool, just come over here. Oh. He totally ignores that right now. I probably need to put a timer on those. They need to like delete after a few seconds. I mean, they don't have to, but I'm gonna make them delete after a few seconds. seconds? Okay, cool, they're disappearing. Alright. Now I need to know when collision happens. It probably makes sense to just put it in here, because this should know when collision happens and then inform other things of the collision. So I think it's like... I think here I can get the collision bodies. Yeah, this. Turn 0 unless bodies are configured to monitor contacts. I think this one kind of makes sense. I mean, even from like a realistic standpoint, a projectile that explodes on contact, or not even this isn't explode. This is just going to deal damage, and then it's just going to make something disappear initially. But it would make sense for this one to know that. Collisions between parallel faces will result in 4 contacts, 1 at each corner. Do they know what a face is? Because I'm pretty sure a face is 3 corners. Pretty sure they meant 3. Don't need custom integrator yet, but I definitely will. I'll just do this. The first collider I get is going to be the one that receives the damage. Can't wait, look at this. Object. Okay, see what object? In fact, it has to be a... What is it? It has to be... a rigid body. Yeah. Because otherwise I don't care. Okay, so we have a rigid body. So I'm just going to say if it touches something, it's just going to delete it. And I'll see what happens. And I think I need to say like state. Whoa. I need to disable myself so that I don't do this more than once. So it'll be it's process mode. Disabled. So I'll disable myself, delete the other thing, delete myself. It's gone. Okay, it does not collide with that. Does it collide with this? No, because... yeah. But I believe if I hit myself... no. Well, alright. The collision works, so I can definitely detect it here. So I'll do... if this one has a method... can I check a signal? Ooh. Wait, signal or user signal? What is user signal? Add a user signal are included. So just say signal. If other has signal damage. Other damage emit. Self and one, I guess. And then I could go right into crawler, a signal. Does that actually make any sense? No, I don't think it makes sense to have the signal like that. I would just have a method. Guess to just do damage. So do I just have damage be a method like that? I guess so. Could it be a character controller? I don't think it's necessarily always a character controller thing. So I'll just leave it in here. I'll do it here. Took 1.00000000 damage from grenade. Awesome. It's getting the hits. Okay. The dog is barking a little bit. All right, I'm going to make it do like an impulse? Apply impulse. Okay. So it'll be taking source. Okay. Linear velocity. Is there actually a way to just kind of draw? I don't know, this is just like a total particle effect, right? Or like not a particle effect. I don't know, I'm getting a little bit lost in it, but I'm just gonna write it out. How is it so small? Why is it kind of going the wrong way though? Negative. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking. So, linear velocity. Isn't like the amount of energy proportional to velocity squared? Isn't that a thing? Kinetic energy is half the mass times the velocity squared. Why is it half the mass? Okay. Alright, so what I want is... This does have the contact on the collider in the global coordinate system, so the contact collider position. Yeah, so I want to do that. Contact point on the body and the global coordinate system. Get contact local position. Maybe that's what I want. There we go. So basically I just want to draw a line from the center, from the object to that collision point. Very cool. What's the issue with the body? That's just nonsense. Okay. Right. It still thinks that's bugged. Okay, I'm just gonna close this script then and reopen it. is it still backwards? It's still backwards. Why is it backwards? It's very strange. It's pointing just the wrong direction, which is really weird. Why does it point the wrong way? Because I've traced this direction as from where it is in global space to the contact point. That line points that way. I don't know, maybe it's still just supposed to be negative for some reason. What? That? Is it just like, is that actually just wrong? It might be lying to me. Yeah, you know what? I think that's just lying to me. Because I think there's some like non-consideration for rotation there. But in other cases, rotation is considered when you provide the value. So I'm just going to do that because this is what it expects. Yeah, this is definitely correct. I like that it's nicely reactive to it too. It pretty much stays standing. What errors? Disabling a collision object during a physics callback is not allowed and will cause undesired behavior. What do you mean call deferred? Alright, what is it? What's the setter? Because I bet it's just some crazy thing. Oh, it is just set process mode. All right, why would you not autofill that then? Oh, wow, you're really, like, trying really hard to not fill it in for me. That's cool. That's really cool. Nice. Okay. I don't know. Should I just send that? I need to take this guy off the spinny thing. And I think making it go up is just kind of one nice thing. Wait, what's like a baseball pitch? So I could actually bring this probably up to like 20, and it's still like be a reasonable value. Very cool. It says 40 is like a high speed throw, so that really affected it. Jeez. All right, that's probably just too extreme. Let's just do a normal amount of force then. I'm gonna change something really quick here. I wanted to get it to roll over again. Roll over. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Alright, well, roll over again, please. Alright, I can't get it to happen. Okay. Cool. From rigid body, 3D, huge numbers. Yeah, I think it's reusing the name grenade, and then it's, yeah. All right. I think I'll just send that for now. Because that is actually a bunch that I've added. A lot of stuff. Oh, I should just send this single fix alone. It's actually the whole file. Okay. Add. I could even do like a bounce thing, where if it collides with something that's not a rigid body, like a static body, it gets like 1 or 2 bounces or something. I don't need to worry about that. I mean, that's later. Later. What am I thinking of? Thinking of like how Halo grenades function. I'm pretty sure. Um, I don't know when they change it, but I think they change it at some point. I think in the original game, a grenade will not explode until it bounces off something. So you can throw a grenade. Yeah, I think in Halo CE, if you just throw a grenade straight up and you're like in an outdoor area, it will fly all the way up and then come down and land and then blow up. So I think there's a timer. I think it's like 2 things. There's a timer after it collides with something to explode. And then there's if it hits, I think if it hits a really flat surface, it kills a lot of its velocity really fast. So you can still skip it off the ground, but if it like bounces off a wall and then hits a floor, it pretty much stops right away and then it will blow up. But I think in later games they make it so it's always on a timer. So if you throw it, it will eventually explode in the air. But I think it still has that effect where it kills its speed really quickly when it's bouncing on a flat, like a floor surface. So you can throw it at the ground next to somebody and it will just kind of do a short bounce and then stop really fast. And then it would just be on like a timer as well. Yeah, I think so. Oops. Something like that. Now the question is, how can I delete legs? The first step is to have colliders on those legs. So I need to have Um, yeah, unfortunately, the way that like collision shapes work, they have to be direct descendants of the object. I can't. I mean, I think I can. I think I can put a shape here. Um, Let me do the front left. Uses child. Oh, I guess I have area 3Ds. I guess I can use an area 3D. But I think that means I have to have it. I have to have this set to be able to collide with areas. I don't even know that's a thing. I think it's actually not. I think they're very different things. An area is really meant for like not an impact. I mean, I guess it could be. It just won't be, I guess, like physically simulated. I mean, right now it's in a bit of a weird state because I disable it, which means even though it has a collision, it seems like the other one is the other one kind of ignores that. What if I gave this an insane mass and I'm just gonna close that, don't save it. And took this off. Yeah, okay, so the impact is already actually there. So I didn't even have to do that in the first place. Yeah. The impact is already there. Yes, there's actually no need for me to do that. Whatever. All right. But I do think I want it to still be like more hit. I guess if I wanted to match that, I would actually have to quadruple it to what I was doing before. Yeah. Did already push that, so yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, just gonna get rid of that. I mean, I guess I could look at the mesh, because the mesh has all the information that I need. It has the transform and the size. So I could just go through each of these attachments, look for the mesh bounding box, which I think is actually exactly a thing on meshes, is I can get a bounding box. Which would be preferable. I think it would actually be way preferable to use a bounding box. It is also supposed to be like an active ragdoll, sort of. In the sense that every piece is going to be able to receive impact individually. So I think it still has, yeah, it has to be manually. It has to be set up manually, which sucks, but that's fine. Yeah, so just the fact that it has to be a direct descendant, that really sucks. I wish I could, like, tell one of these two that the shape should go onto the parent. Oh, well, there is the physical skeleton 3D. Right? Because it is... Okay. Right. So it is the case that I still have to... I think it has to be set up with a physical skeleton. I guess the... Sort of the problem is that I don't really know what happens if I move these points quickly. Or I mean the bones. If the bone moves on its own, right? That's an uncertain thing. So there's this. If we're stepping, target position is where the bone is, move towards our target at 1 meter per second. If we're grounded, we move the target position by that, and then I move the bone towards that target position. So it looks like it should still be able to move. But I guess the main thing is that the joints in between definitely have to be moving. They have to be reactive. Which means it does actually kind of, yeah, it boils down to just needing an active, like an active ragdoll thing. Yeah. I'll be back. I'm probably just gonna like do research on it because I've done a lot, but it's been a bit and I've forgotten it all. So all this stuff is turned on again. Okay. I'll be back. Wait a second. How long has that been like that? Has my webcam microphone been on this whole time? That's really sad. That's really sad. Okay. Someone should have told me. Alright, I'll be back. I'm back. How loud is this? I need to check this again. Test, test, test. I can hear it. It's so quiet, though. How was that turned on? How did that get turned on? I've never had a reason to turn that on. And I don't know how long it's been on. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just doing... I just gotta research. I must have... nothing. Oh, it's all here. Inspired. Whoops, I forgot to take this thing off. I'm here now. construct the web such that each removable part can be exported as a mesh. Bones become joints which can be destroyed. Animate the skeleton as normal. Import the skeleton animations. Okay, so I say animations, but yeah, I think the only thing that doesn't have animations will be the crawler. But I guess it's not really gonna need animations. Some other ones might have animations. Or they'll be like entirely animation driven. I won't use IK on other ones. Use bone attachments to place a disabled rigid body with the mesh and appropriate colliders. Okay, so it'll be like a rigid body that's just kind of sitting there, but it's not, it'll be like disabled. Or it'll just be like static and not affected by gravity. No, because it has to feed back to the skeleton, which means a physical. It has to be a skeleton modifier. No matter what, there needs to be a skeleton modifier somewhere in there. And I think the best way to do that is just to have the ragdoll thing that is always running. And then I think the way to like correct that is that it what does it mean? Because the ragdoll is how the IK will receive collisions, right? So when it gets hit, it needs to move. But then IK is still going to be there to move it back. It's probably just the root node that I have to deal with, right? The whole thing is a rigid body, actually. It's currently a rigid body with a skeleton that just follows the rigid body. So the skeleton will receive an impact, and the skeleton has to send that information back to the main body. Or it needs to have, like... it might be possible to use, like, joint connections. So on the skeleton, I can have... I guess just like a pin joint, connecting like this piece to the main body, so that when this piece receives any velocity or motion, it feeds it back into the main body. And that's how the whole thing can move. And then since it's a pin joint, the body moving feeds back into the skeleton. Essentially, it needs to be kind of in a way that... Okay, ideally there would just be a single body. But the skeleton modifier creates an actual physical rigid body simulation in the world, well, with all of the joint setup. And then... Which is actually, I don't want to do that. I actually don't want to do joint setup, because the IK already defines that. And I don't want to have to copy it and duplicate it. Um, there's the double skeleton setup where I have this skeleton and then I have a secondary skeleton that try a second skeleton that is a physics sim which drives itself to match the original skeleton using some like pressure, I guess, like motors and things like that and springs. And that contains the mesh. That's what you see. You see that one. But I kind of don't want a double skeleton. I would like to just have the one skeleton. I mean, the IK is already kind of like a driver, I guess, in a way. I don't know, but I think the other one actually makes the most sense. To be able to get collision, I need 2 skeletons. I have the true skeleton, and then I have the simulated skeleton, which is using motors to drive itself to match the preferred skeleton. Okay, but I still have the issue of that not solving impact. I just don't want to set up joints again. Because I guess the real question is, how does the physical skeleton feed back? And how do they, I guess, like feed into each other? I mean, it's probably just joints, isn't it? It probably really just needs the joints. What you want, dog? Okay. I gotta take my dog out again. I'll be back. I'm back. Yeah. Whoops. All right. I gotta do research. I'll watch this. Well, I think what this actually was is that I'll watch it. I'll watch it anyway. I want to see more specifically what his setup is, because I do have a really good idea. Oh, no, I think I know what he does. He detaches them, but I think what he does is he sets like the scale to some really small value. Hello, Mega, and then so many numbers.
Ragdoll system, first of all you need is a rig. Any rig should work. I just made a human dude. Or I guess he's more like a mannequin.
It says 4.3. Yeah, this is before a lot of skeleton changes.
You go to the skeleton, this button here.
Right, he's got the meshes as attachments.
And then if you do that, it should create a physical bone.
He uses Area 3D.
And then with this,
the physical.
On this node, all you gotta do is put this command in. Physical bones start simulation.
Oh, this is after it's been destroyed. Right.
Yep, and as you can see, I hit his head, and it's gone now. So if you want a dismemberment system,
I think he's setting scale.
You just need an area 3D called hitbox, and then these are the variables you're gonna want.
Mesh.
Then this.
Two.
So as you can see, it just takes damage.
2 bones.
This is like a visual effect. You don't have to worry about that. And then it also makes a parent take damage. And if the health is below 0, it's gonna delete itself. And then this might be in the wrong order. I might have to put this at the end here.
Doesn't matter.
Because if it deletes itself first,
would you use Godot precisely for this project, or why?
It checks if there's any meshes.
Because I haven't made. Yeah, I haven't made a 3D game before, so I wanted to use Godot. I like it mainly because a lot of their stuff is text based. Like scene files are text. So if I want to see a change, I can look at the change. From what I understand, Unity and Unreal Engine basically use binary files for everything. So there's no way to really see any history or change history on anything, because it's all just hidden. That was the main thing.
Any bones, and if it kills parent on that.
And I like the scripting.
Destroy the head, they're gonna die.
Because it's basically Python.
You go into the bone attachments of the skeleton. Find like the head, for example. Put in the hitbox. Put in a collision shape. I didn't find
let me see that
the
again.
head, for example. Put in the
Okay, so it deletes the physical bone, so it stops being simulated in physics. Sure.
hitbox, put in a collision shape. I didn't do that because I think it's easier to just put in the empty area and then put in the collision, because it's gonna default to whatever you put in the hitbox scene if you do it that way. And then you put in the health, put in the parent, which is just the enemy itself, put in whatever mesh you want to disappear. If there's a second mesh you want to disappear, put that in, and then the bone, destroy that too. And then I have that on the pelvis and the torso here. I didn't explain the collision of Area 3Ds because normally you...
Can I use this at all? What do I need? What do I need? I need... It's not even written there yet. I mean, okay, it's a generic thing. It's not only for the crawler. Use bone attachments, place a disabled rigid body with the mesh and appropriate collider to create hitboxes. Damaging parts can apply structure damage. Joints can be damaged. Can be damaged directly. Okay, this doesn't do anything for physics. With disc we're using, I am on Arch. I have Arch. With Hyperland. Doesn't have anything for physical interaction. This might be a thing I just gotta think about for a while. Okay. Let me get the ideas out. I'll do this. Two skeleton method. One is used as the target skeleton. The other is a simulation that uses motors to match the target. And then how do I handle impact to the main body? I guess this is the other thing. How do I connect the physical skeleton to the bridge body and the other way around? I think the joints are probably best. I guess the question there is, how do I drive it? So let me rename this to I'll just do this. So they should basically be the same. Yeah. But then this one has all the meshes on it. Maybe I can just drag this in and it's good. Yeah, because they track bone names. Alright, cool. So this would be the physical skeleton. So then I guess the question is, how does it set up? I do front, right, there. This would just be a hinge. And then I have constraints, which I can't even see for some reason. I guess because there are no constraints yet. No, I can't see anything. Why doesn't it show? Whatever. Right, needs a shape. So I guess something like that. Okay. I'm skeptical to let it set it all up for me because I feel like that's always just cause bugs. Front, right. Is this a spider? It has 6 legs, but sure. It's a crawler. I'm trying to get it. so that the legs are physical things. Right now they're not. They'll move, but they don't have any interaction with anything. Or things can't interact with them. I don't know. Like if I were to like push here, it should do something. Right now it would do nothing because the object would just pass through it. Or just the whole structure would turn. If I take damage, I will do... I need this. Wait, how does this work? But I think I do this. Yeah, then I call start simulation. It reminds me of Ultra Kill. I wonder if you're programming something alike. I don't know really anything about Ultra Kill. From what other people have said, it's more like our creators, because they have that, something like that. I'm just trying to like get something quickly so I can look at it. No, it's really, I'm experimenting right now. Like I don't exactly know how to do this. And then I hate how long this name is. That's fine. On null. What do you mean null? Ground cast. What do you mean null? What? Good luck. Thanks. Why would groundcast be null? Groundcast cannot be null. I don't even know how moving that stuff did anything, because none of that stuff was used. Literally none of it. Oh, okay. Find a bone attachment with the same name. Okay. Yeah, this is why the one skeleton would be great. Okay. I just wonder if I can make it work with one. I feel like it's not possible. Yeah, so the thing is, I just won't even see anything happen. I could turn on collision shapes, I guess. Oh, yep. Alright, so they dropped. No way. I have to define out all of this. Okay, what's character? It'll collide with character. It'll collide with all that. Gotta set it for all. Yeah. But I think it should bounce off right away. Yeah, okay, so that bounces off right away. Okay. Alright, so the question is now... Why is this like nothing? Wait, what? Huh? Why is that what it looks like? Well, I can see it now, but it's definitely just wrong. This is not the correct thing at all. Okay. Why does it not, like, it's definitely, like, broken. Yeah, okay. Genuinely, I want to ride it myself. I actually already want to give up and trying to use Physical Bone Simulator because I think it's ass. As far as I understand it, all it does is create joints and rigid bodies. That's all it does. That's all I needed to do. But the way that you have to interact with this and set it up is crazy because this doesn't make any sense. Like, I have to like mess with the positioning of this bone to make the angle even like work in the first place. Otherwise, I set up a joint and I can literally position everything exactly how I want it. It's this like additional fact that the position of the shape and the way that the joint works. First of all, the way that the joint works is wrong. I think this is still a problem because it's obviously like contracting the leg to a degree it shouldn't be doing it in. So this visualizer is just wrong. Yeah, I actually instantly give up on that. So I'm gonna make it work my own way. because it's unusable. This already contains all the information that I want. And in fact, this is a great setup because the visualizer is great for it. I have axis limitations, which is what I would prefer. I'd rather treat it like an angle and then restrict it on the axis instead of saying hinge joint and then trying to move the joint around and then set the maximum and minimum angles on it. I don't do that. I just want to set one angle and then position the joint, which is exactly what this is. And in fact, there's a slight rotation because you get like an Euler and then you can modify it. So this is actually like really usable. But I would like the shapes to still be set up myself. So how can I do that? I guess I could just put physical shapes, put the shapes in here, and then have my script go through. Or I can just have them be area 3Ds. That also works. No, but I think not, because what I want to happen is that I don't have to go to every single bone and set the layer and the mask. That's insane to do that. I do need to set a mass, and I do need to set a shape. I don't need to set the angles because I can pull those from here. I could set up like, I mean, really, I should just do the 2 skeleton thing and deal with it and figure out how to make it work. And just understand that the hinge joints are just gonna be weird. Let me do this. Let me add a hinge joint 3D and look at this. Oh, I even get a motor here. What? What is this default value? 1? The 2 bodies bound together do not collide with each other. That would also be great. I don't even know how that works. That would be great. Does this have like a visualizer that I could see? So that's part of my idea, is that I just make each one of these their own rigid body. And then just use the joints. But then I guess the question there is, how do they feed back into... The feedback is weird. Because it's like it has to interact with both. Wherever the rigid body is where the skeleton should follow. Where the skeleton is where the rigid body should follow. I guess the real thing is it probably is like the motor and if the skeleton follows the positions and the joints follow the skeleton joints, there's no they feed into each other. Sort of. A hinge joint. Cone twist. Oh, look at this. So I essentially give it an axis of rotation and then the maximum degrees. There's also this, which I have used in some places. To rotate the joint. That's what I want. But this is not like that. Yeah, this has way more info. And I honestly don't want to set all that up. Because it seems insane to me. In fact, I'm not sure if motors even works right now either. Generic 6 degree of freedom. What? Jolt physics? Is it this one? Okay, so it looks like those are there. Some of these aren't. But the motors are there. Okay. Glad to see that. So I could use it. What is this? Error tolerance factor. I don't know. I would really like to reuse the IK stuff, but I guess I don't have to. Um, Also, there's the upper angle, lower angle. Can I get like some kind of visualization of that? Alright, let me try this. Right. Um, so then I'm thinking this joint probably needs to be a parent of this one. That needs to be removed there. Okay. What is this upper angle, lower angle? The minimum rotation in negative direction to break loose and rotate. Oh, what? And rotation in positive to break loose and rotate around. What does that mean? What do you mean break loose? Um, yeah, I don't understand. Break loose. I don't know, 20 and then 80? But then, like, these shouldn't... This should be underneath this one, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, I don't know what nesting bodies does. I think they just fill out the world. I think I can't nest the bodies because they get moved along with each other. So I can, I just have to do like top level. So that they don't start trying to take on positions from their moving parent. And then they don't collide with each other, but then they have all that. Is something happening? Is it like blasting off to infinity or something? Not found. Okay, so that's probably the problem. Where is it? I don't even see them there. Where are they? This one should be really visible. Okay. So it's there, and it's not here. Why is it over there? Okay, sure, whatever. Oop. Okay. Alright, what if these weren't top level? Okay. Oh, that just did not do anything. Why? Why is it still pulled down? That doesn't make sense. I mean, I think... What? How did it not even care? Okay. So this is still like a general joint visualization problem where this just doesn't make any sense at all. And what is this description? The minimum rotation and pause direction to break loose. Minimum upper. The minimum lower. What? Or what is 0 then? What is nothing? So nothing is just where it sits. Upper, looking at it from the joint, means counterclockwise. So increasing upper should allow it to open. That looks like that's what it does. Upper allows it to open from this position. So eyeballing that looks like about like 90 degrees. So if I were to say 90, then it can... So no, that didn't do anything. Okay. Hey Dylan. Managed to make it, not thanks to you. Awesome. I knew you could. So I thought this was allowing it to open more, so that's not true. This is in the negative direction, so I don't know, what does negative 50 on that look like? Alrighty. Try to avoid doing that. is it looking down like this? So it's counterclockwise looking at it from here. So upper means this way, lower means this way. I mean, I guess that just means I can look at this side and say clockwise. So positive is this way, negative is this way. Okay. From where it currently sits as well. So 0 would be here, positive would be anything over that, negative would be anything under that. What did I say? But I just typed a negative, and negative allowed it to go out. So it's counterclockwise looking at it from here. So if positive is counterclockwise, positive would be in, negative would be out. Okay. Then does that mean I look at this side and I say positive is clockwise? So positive is in, negative is out? Yeah, okay. So I might say in, I can go 20 degrees, and out, I can go like 90 degrees. Alright, yeah, that seems about right then. Okay. But I would still like to be able to set this up without plugging in numbers here or doing this. I would instead just set up, I would instead just put the rigid body on each of these, and it goes through the IK chain. Or at least I could tell it to do that. Because there's going to be other cases where I don't want to do that. So going through the IK chain, I guess I just read the rotation axis, I read the angle, and I say, alright, so this is like 60 degrees is positive 30, negative 30. And then I have the rotation offset, which I believe would just be like taking this node and rotating it, right? Or no, it would be taking that positive and negative and moving these values around. So if I have a plus 10 degree offset, then that's a plus 10 degree offset to these. Okay. And then I guess all right, let me continue setting this up. The thing is, I believe that because having it nested like this is just a problem. So that means when these load in, it has to go through these and check top level. So they're not nested bodies like this. But only after it's been placed in the world, so that their transforms are correct. Like in the ready function. I really am sad that my middle mouse button just doesn't work anymore. Okay. And I can just bring this out. I'll be generic. Right. It would be there. Node A is itself. Node B is that. Then angle limit. Looking at it from this angle. Positive is clockwise. Positive is clockwise, negative is counterclockwise. Looking at it from this angle. So positive, I don't know, there's like 60 degrees, and negative like 30 degrees. Okay. Seems good to me. And then this would have one up here, which would be at this location. Angular limit. Positive is clockwise. I guess I'll just say 10 and then negative 40. Okay. So that would be the setup, and then I'm going to just write the thing that in the ready function that will set all these to top level, any nested bodies. This should probably, yeah, I'll just say rigid body. Have it be recursive, and then set as top level. Okay. I just want to see if there's like an extra thing, but no, there's not. So just do that. What? Why is it like broken immediately? Also, I need to make sure that does not run here. Okay. Why does it rotate like that? Okay, what's a start? It seems like the rotation is wrong. I don't know, that's weird. Why is it? It shouldn't be spinning like that at all. I don't really understand why it is. Femur body. This one is femur body to that. Oh, just 0. Weird. Why is it not allowed to roll like that? It seems like the whole thing is rolling. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just do like... Also, the lower the priority... Wait, the lower the value, the higher the priority. Yeah, so is this gonna be some... Is not supported when using... Alright, cool. Alright, I don't have to worry about that. Sweet. Why is it, what does this mean? Not supported. Not supported. Not supported. Not supported. So why does it do that? I mean, I don't know. It's a start. I don't get the rolling, but I am able to. When the main body moves, that moves with it, right? It's pretty well attached. And then when this moves, that can pull the body as well, right? So this is a starting point. So then I guess the idea here is that these every frame I check the rotation of a joint, and then I look at the relevant simulated joint, and I update a velocity. But this is a bit weird because it has its target velocity, and there's a force limit. I don't know, let me see what happens if I just plug in one. Okay, it's... The roll is so weird. Why does it roll? Why would it roll? Why can it not lock that? I didn't enable it. Oh wait, what if I set these up? So this would have a positive, this would have a negative. What if I set those up? This is negative. This is positive. That is actually so much force. It's actually crazy. Is angular spring a thing? Why is it falling? Huh. Also, wait, that's actually Y, isn't it? Alright, this is gonna work, I think. Yeah, definitely. Because that's like, I barely did anything. And it's kind of, I basically just set up, I put this yaw on a spring, which I guess I could increase the stiffness of it. And then I have these two motors, these two angles are running as motors, which is actually lifting the leg right now. So yeah, I just like calculate a velocity. And then this probably just needs to be higher. I think about half damping or a little bit less than half damping is usually the sweet spot. Which I just find it weird that it's even allowing it to rotate on that axis in the first place. Not sure why it's doing that. You stop rotating. I think this leg is just like messing with it, actually. This leg doing motor stuff is just kind of moving the whole thing around. I mean, it obviously is because I can see it moving it when I hit the leg. Oh, it's like it's stuck. Interesting, it really looks like I kind of broke it. Okay, well. And then I guess I can always look at what the angles are as well. Yeah, this is all unsupported, right? Yeah, good. Yeah, why does it have like this? Why is it allowing the roll to happen at all? I still don't understand that one. I don't know, maybe that's just like the one weak point. Is that just not strong enough? It's definitely the Y, correct? Yeah. God. Another 0. Because I feel like there's got to be a point where just it won't move, but it's still moving like crazy. Yeah, alright, so I'm suspicious of something there then. Because these are... Why? It should be... Because it's an angular limit, it should be locked. Why is it not locked like that? Let me see this. Hide the whole leg. Okay, so it is doing a Y. It is doing a Y rotation there. It seems like it's totally loose, basically. But it's weird because that's the only axis that it's loose on. Because I can't pull it. Um, I mean, I don't know. I guess they can be detached. I'm really not sure why that's allowed to move like that. Like, I don't know how to. I don't know how to stop this. Like, what if I just made crazy springs? It's like just nothing, it doesn't care. The thing is, this can push back on me and it doesn't. Is it the mass? Is it the mass that really matters for this? Does this need to be like 10? These all need to be like 10. 10 something. Does that make it better? It makes it harder for me to push it, but the thing is, it still just doesn't push back on me at all. I walk into it and I don't get pushed at all. I should be getting pushed. It should be pushing me. It just seems like it's so freely rotating. And the springs don't do anything at all either. I think I have some insane values here and nothing happens. I think it doesn't. I think it just doesn't care. For some reason. I don't know why. Oh, hang on. it's still like, you know, not matching it correctly. Okay, but now I have a ridiculous value here. This is so crazy. Oh, I was getting pushed. I need to go like in slow motion or something. Alright, I don't see that rotating at all. Okay, but now I broke it. Okay, that's really good. That's what I would want to see, but the issue is that that's in like triple or quadruple slow motion. And outside of that, I can really knock around the leg. Okay, so what's the issue? Okay. Should definitely be 1 degree per second too. That should be definitely that also. I feel like that's not even used, honestly. I think that's actually just wasn't even used in jolt physics to begin with. There's no way. Because nothing would be able to move. Why are they allowed to move like that? I don't get it. You can see I go into triples or quarter speed, and it doesn't do anything at all anymore. Half speed. There's a little bit now. I can kind of do it. But I can't do it at all. Here. I mean, it's still there, but it's like it's definitely a way smaller amount. Okay, so man, I wish physics just ran at the same thing. I mean, maybe what I should do for time scale is not even do like engine time scale, but just do like my own internal timer where I deliberately freeze it. So it'll still be like 64 ticks per second, but it then takes 2 seconds for 64 ticks to pass, or it takes 4 seconds for 64 ticks to pass. It's not doing 4 times the work in that amount of time. Oh well. I think this pretty much shows the concept, though, that this can be set up. I can create the body and the shape where I want it to be, and a script would essentially go through, create the joints. I can either provide joints myself, or I can create the joints from an IK chain, because you can just go through the settings and find the root bone, the end bone, and then look at all those attachments and copy in the angles and the axis from there. I could also just, map it precisely. So that I don't have to worry about doing any scripting to set it up. I would just have to go through here and, I mean, I can still put it underneath the attachment, but then I would have to do I would have to move it out. Not even do set to top level. I just have to find all of them and move them to, I guess probably just still be children of Crawlerbot, but set the top level so that they don't take on any forces. They won't take on any motion or any offsets created by Crawlerbot. Any additional offsets. It'll just come in one time when it loads. And then what I would do is attach the meshes to these and use the motors to try to match the rotations on the skeleton. And yeah, I mean, that would be it, really. I would have to move. This part would get complicated because I think right now what I do is I have actually, this part's probably fine to leave there. The ground cast would have to move to be children of these rigid bodies so that they're accurate to what you see. But yeah, this extra bit where it's like the whole thing is rotating, I need to figure out why that is and why I can't stop that. Because this definitely is ridiculous that that is allowed to rotate for some reason. Nothing else can rotate, but that one can rotate. Why? Why can the Y change for some reason? All the other ones are pretty good. They lock it really well. But this one just doesn't, it really seems like it doesn't try. I mean, it kind of tries, but it's not really. I don't know, maybe turning on the motors is messing with it. Yeah, I mean, like any wobble at all is not like acceptable. And I think I've given ridiculous values here. Like I can see it. I can see that that first bone still rotates. It's a crazy value for it to still move at all. That's seriously nuts. It doesn't make any sense. A million. Like, I just feel like I shouldn't be able to push it at all. I feel like there's no way I can push this. And I should be like shot back too if I even like was able to push it. Because that's just a crazy amount of force that I'm allowing it to apply. Like, it's not like this bone right here is like doing a yaw rotation. This one very specifically is the only one doing that. No matter what I set here. Like I feel like that shouldn't be possible. Can't even lift that weight anymore because it's just too much. Okay. Alright, well at least now I feel like that one's not doing a yaw, but then the next ones are definitely doing yaw now. Why are they allowed to do that? I feel like if I set that as a limit, I wish it would be a hard limit. It was just totally freely rotating there too. I don't know what if this was 10. What if that was also 10? Weird. Okay, it doesn't care at all. That does not do anything to help that. I just think that when I put the limit on there, that's the limit. That should be the limit. It should not be allowed to go any further than that. Like a real hard stop. Is that really point? Like I was thinking maybe 0 is like technically free, but like limited, like stay near 0, right? But no, like as soon as I walk in this, I have it rotated several degrees. Then I go into this speed and yeah, see, it's like way harder for me to push it like that. So it is some sort of, it is a step problem. I don't know, what if I went up to like, what if I went nuts? Really up everything. mean, like, that was a huge amount of rotation. I can't do this, right? I can't just go, like, do more, do more, do more, and see if it's better. There's just no way. Because now I run into... I mean, it's definitely better, but I feel like it should be... I feel like it should have that limitation without me needing to do this. And like really like artificially inflate the values. Like I should push into this and it's like it's a hard lock. It catches and it diverts all that energy into rotating the main body. That's what should happen. Instead it's like really soft and it's allowing some of it to happen no matter what. It's just not right. It's just not right. It shouldn't be possible. What if I jump that one up? Nothing. Can my computer handle it? No. Still nothing. Because this is a constraint. I'm gonna call there for today. I gotta go. I might look into this off stream to see why this happens and what I can do to stop it. Setting the springs up to like a crazy value just didn't do anything until I got to like millions, and then maybe it looked like it was doing something. The only thing that did anything at all was dropping the engine speed, and then it was like perfect at 4 times. It seemed perfect. But 4xing this didn't do anything. I had to go like, I mean, I can't 4x this. Like these values need to stay, I think, below 16 combined. And like I said, there's no reason that it can't go in there and look at the joint and say, oh, we can't rotate on this axis, so don't allow that rotation to happen, and instead pass it on as pushing force, right? Whatever, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand physics engines well enough to know what the limitation is on that, but I feel like it might be a bug. I'm kind of suspicious of that. Because I know that constraints in Jolt are very, very specific. I've had linear constraints on like the vehicle springs, and those are very, very certain. I've had angular constraints, those are very certain. They will not go further than they're supposed to. They will not rotate further than they're supposed to. And supposedly this is using a jolt constraint. And somehow it's just allowing the y-axis to rotate basically freely and just act like a spring, when it should be a lock. It should definitely just be a lock and not be allowed to rotate. Okay. Thanks for watching. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.